Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual private trading journal. Not private at all, of course, because it's streamed live on YouTube. It was but it is my virtual trading journal, and everything that all the trades that I take are only vetted, previously identified to have a positive edge or expectancy. I trade them live and in real time here in Bookmap, and but I must say that I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, so there's no intention of doing that. This is a permanent record of my trading journal, and I allow anybody to watch that cares to. So yeah, it is TGIF. That's right. It's Friday, and it's a long weekend. It's Memorial Day weekend. It's 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time, and this stream runs from 8 o'clock every trading day morning until 1500 in the afternoon. It's the cash market. So there you are. Now, excuse me. The idea of the stream is that I don't multitask well, and I believe journaling is important. So if I were to journal my trading through the day, I'd be, busy doing screen snaps and typing and this and that, and I don't have to do any of that stuff. Everything on my screens here is captured in the video. And this is Bookmap, of course, my execution platform. And this is IRT, which is my charting setup. And then my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So everything is captured in the stream, and that's all there is to it. It makes it real simple and very seamless and pretty painless on my side. Let's see what's going on now. Well, the stream is trickling down the hill. That's a good thing. No dropped anything. That's all right. Okay, great. So now let's get on with the typical pre-market and stuff that I do at prep in the mornings. As I said, Bookmap, my charting platform, and IRT. Bookmap is my execution and IRT is my charting platform. And I use, for the news and the numbers this morning, there is no 3-star numbers. However, we do have Michigan out at the top of the hour. Wait a minute here, hold the phone. What's going on here? Yeah, Michigan's out in 57 minutes, so it's out at 9 o'clock. And that's usually or can be a market mover. Now, and it's the long weekend, don't forget. So there's that. Earnings season is on, but there's no earnings out today. Of course, there's a lot of earnings out today, but nothing with some serious market potential that I'm aware of. This is my original news service, which is called investing.com. I keep them free. That's why all these ads are flipping around here. So that anyone who comes through the stream or wants to have access to these resources can do so. Without paying for them. I can't do anything about Bookmap or IRT. That's for pay. So there you go. The thing I like about investing.com is it's traditional economic numbers only. There's no, we're going to sign some executive order now, or there's a press conference here, none of that stuff. So when you see things on this schedule, you know that it's a typical traditional economic, GDP, CMI, PMI, Fed stuff, FOMC, non-farm payroll, those kind of things. And also notice that the event title changes to a URL whenever you hover over it. So if you don't know what the Michigan one-year inflation expectation is, you can click that button and away you go. Tell you all about it. The other news source I use is right here. This is Financial Juice, and the reason I keep it up is exactly the opposite reason of investing.com. Financial Juice does pull non-traditional economic whatever events into their calendar if they can to give, but those events which have been pretty much agreed by everybody have a risk potential to the market. Right here is a perfect example. At 1400, Trump is going to deliver remarks. You can bet your butt that that is going to be a lot of commentary in here, which could have a very definite risk to the auction, one way or the other. And I'm not saying anything political. I'm saying that I appreciate that because obviously Trump's the president of the United States currently, and he can do whatever he wants to do, say what he wants to say, have press conferences if he wants to. That's his, I guess, part and parcel of his job. But in this environment, we know that if he's near a microphone, there could be a big impact on the market. And as traders today, our basic job is to preserve our account. The fundamental way you preserve your account is through risk management. You can't manage risk if you don't know about it. So, therefore, I appreciate this. And then this is a squawk box over here. Basically, here's what's happened, 7:30 is this, and Albania Resources that, and whatever. All right, let's get on to the pre-market now, which is where we are. So here, we keep banging our head around 7,500. This is the overnight session. There's the close. There's the open. Inventory is 100% long all night in the micro ES. First of all, this is investing.com and Investor RT, and this is my charting package. You'll notice that in the header of every chart is the chart name, which is meaningless to you, but there's the instrument, there's the chart type, there's the periodicity, and there's the session. So this is yesterday's RTH, and here's the overnight. Now, if you were going into a holiday weekend and you were in profit long, what would you do? I would take profit, which in this case would result in responsive selling to take profit. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but that certainly wouldn't be a surprise. There's all this news going around about a potential deal with Iran. Right now we're in a unbelievably volatile period based on uncertainty, geopolitical, the economy's upside down. Take your pick. So that's my estimation of where we're going to be on the open. This is the NQ. This is the high time frame chart. And right now we're looking to open out of range and gap up and out of range. So what's that mean? Well, if you follow normal trading stuff, we tend to close gaps and we tend to close range gaps. So this is my high time frame chart for the micros. It is a day session or RTH session only. Each one of these candles represents one full RTH session. Here's yesterday. This little white nub right here is where we are currently trading. So we are above range from yesterday, and we're way above close, which is the gap. And we've closed this guy over here again. So I would expect, in line with the responsive selling, that the gap perhaps, but for sure the range would close. And here you see where we're trading. This is the ES market profile. I don't change those back and forth to micros. What are we doing for volume here? Let's just have a look at that. Ooh, volume's under 100, so that's coming a little bit more normal, and our ATR for the 1 minute candle is 3 points. Okay, now, one other thing about over here, wherever price overlaps on this micro composite chart, I pull a volume profile around them. And in so doing, it generates a micro composite VPOC and these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines here. Those volume data, high and low volume node numbers push to Bookmap, as do the session prices up here. So, Bookmap, boom, diddy, boom, here we go. Well, the first thing I do, the first print of every session, I put Blue Boy on the job, which is this blue line here. It's a real expensive, highly proprietary indicator called a vertical line. In other words, nothing I do is any of those things. That serves a real important function to me, however. If I glance left and see this line, and this is always the current inside market or data, I know that the entire overnight session is in view, and there can be no mistake about the context for me. So that's important. Now, back to the basic columns here in Bookmap. This is the micro composite column where I enter these different values manually. There's the range high or range low. Here's the gap low from yesterday. The MCVPOC is down below us at 22.5. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will quit today at 1600 because it's Friday. This is the high and low volume nodes, and they look like this, and they push automatically from IRT to Bookmap. This is the, as I said, full session volume profile, and this is the RTH volume profile and delta. Will reset at 8:30 this morning. Statistics column, which is very important to me, and I think would hope to everybody. Then these are the session prices, which are push automatically from Bookmap or from IRT to Bookmap. And these are I don't have a dome here on the Bookmap anymore because I don't use it to trade. So what I did to gain, save real estate, this is the key level of the book, which is the liquidity. This is the full book, full level 2. So these are resting orders or resting limit orders at every price. This is the full depth of the book, the liquidity of this market. And these are the prices at which those occur. So there you go. Now, notice that there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT because I am an old cowboy from Montana. So simple works really well for me. And I only look at price, volume, probabilities. As far as lines on this chart, there are POC for the full session, which is a more muted yellow, and there's one for the RTH, which is a little brighter yellow. There's a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH, and that's a 1 standard deviation band, sorry. And there's a mid for the RTH. Then any other lines, previous RTH high, session prices, that stuff, are just as they would appear, as they are here, and they're just normal. There's RTH close, there's a settlement, there's a developing value area high, there's the current overnight volume point of control. Now, none of these numbers are difficult or mysterious. The POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, 4,151 contracts have traded, or in thereabouts, have traded in the session overnight. The minute one of these other prices trades one contract more, this yellow line is going to go there. Easy. The VWAP, or volume weighted average price, just a calculation based on the volume and the price, right? Some levels that do sometimes confuse people. Here's the previous RTH, by the way. Are the initial balance high and low? Because of the names, I think. Initial balance these are from old market profile levels. And what these two lines actually you can't see the high because it's covered up here, but you see the line representing it here. This data for these lines is exactly the same as the data is pushed from IRT, is same data as over here. So the IB high and the IB low represent nothing more complicated or mysterious than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. So let's press on to the statistics, which, as I said, is real important to me. First thing I want to do is determine the statistic open type. There's only 4, and there's only 2 criteria, and it's real simple. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous? Well, let me open this up a little bit more. How would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there it is. So it would be higher, right? How would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, I can tell you that the RTH high is right there, meaning the RTH low is way down below us someplace. So today's open type is likely, looks like, if we opened right here, right now, would be higher out of range, not lower in range as yesterday. So I'm going to change that column title to be correct. Higher out of range. Okay. And the reason I changed that title is because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see glance at the title and know exactly what the relationship is and what to expect from the data in the statistics. Now, the next thing we're going to do is clear the statistics that were applicable to yesterday with their associated price levels. So we're going to clear those notes. And then we're going to go find the new ones. And how do we do that? Well, real simple. Once again, here is the statistics study from IRT. Very simple. 4 types, open types. We've just determined that we're going to open likely higher out of range. How does this work? The system looks back at the most recent 1,745 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher out of range 433 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, price revisited the overnight mid 6.5% of the time. And notice that these are sorted in order of probability, right? So 66.5% of the time. Overnight, well, we're going to have to stretch this out a little bit here, I think. Overnight mid. 66.5. You ready? Drum roll. Well, there you go. That is just as complicated as it gets. Now, the next order of business typically is the overnight POC. Oh, I screwed up. I'm sorry. The overnight POC is the highest probability. I don't know what I was reading. It's right there. And that's 76.9%. I thought that was a little funny. But anyway, overnight VPOC is right here. And that's 76.9. Remember, these are probabilities. These are not hard, fast lines in the sand, hang your, bet the college fund, whatever. These are probabilities. This is the probability that this level will be revisited by price in this upcoming RTH session based on the historical look back data set of 1,745 trading days. Previous high is 65.8. So that's right here. Of course, this is going to be gap rules in, effect and what. Previous IB high is 63.7. Well, we know from a minute ago, way down here in the corn patch somewhere, is the IB high. So that's 66.7, 63.7. And I always put the initials. And why do I do that? Because the minute we open, this level and flag are going to be up above price someplace. Won't be down here anymore, and I'll want to know what the hell was down there. Let's look at some of the others while we're going here. Previous close is 49.0. I want to get these in quickly so I can go do something else I have to do in a minute. Another morning task that I do. Oh, and I'm late already for the TLab snap. I'm not going to worry about the low. The IB low is 60.5, and that's even further down the pike there. What else are we going to do real quick? I want to see there's the IB high. Close. Where's the previous POC? Where'd that go? That's 31.2. My. Can that be true? Yeah, 31.2 is the previous POC. Okay, well, I didn't do that very well, did I? There you go. Now, what I'm going to do now is something I do every morning or every trading day. Yeah, every morning, I guess is the best way to say it. And that's called the TLab snap. We'll get back to the statistics in the pre-lab and the pre-market here in a minute. The TLab snap is something that I do every day at about 8:20, and I'm always late, seems like anymore, by a couple of minutes. And you ask, this is why this is why I stream, right? Because you see how well I multitask. So the TLab snap is this. Boom. And the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. and continues to be led by him. I guess that's what you say. It's obviously sponsored, and the space is provided by Bookmap. Okay, but you're never solicited for anything in there. It's not a live trade room or a trade calling room, and it is a Discord room, right? But there's a lot of good people in there, and Tom's a good guy. He's been trading for like 48 years. Started out professionally as a money manager, I believe. I'd be surprised if he trades other people's money now, but, just because he's older and been doing it so long, I'm sure his account is humongous. So, but he has a lot of good philosophies about trading and thoughts on risk management, and there's a lot of good people in there. I started this snap out long ago when I realized that there were some folks that didn't have access to the same kind of charting, but were curious about all these levels. So I started posting that to kind of be a help. And also to unclog the chat, because I noticed that as soon as the, like right around the open, there'd be a, what's the POC? What's the POC? Does anybody know the POC? What was the overnight high? Blah, blah. I thought, well, maybe if they have access to all of those levels in one shot, it might help. So I continue to do that, even though I'm not active in the TLab anymore, except for early in the morning around 6, I post the numbers, the reports, and then the TLab snap at 8:20. And I'm not active in there because of a suggestion, basically from Tom, that you need to focus on your trading and your market and narrate the market, which is what he puts forward. One of his things he says is real important for him. And so I took that to heart, and that's what I'm doing. And that's how this, and the reason for the stream is that I can review the stream or this on any device. And since these are stand-up desks and I stand here 7 hours every day, being able to review the stream on something else is handy. Plus, it provides complete transparency and full accountability. Everything that's done on this account's trading is, captured. So there you go. And we're going to open here in 4 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay. Bon dia, Antonio. TGIF, my brother. It's a holiday over here, holiday long weekend, Memorial Day. It is also sunny in 22C at the moment, so that's kind of snazzy. We keep banging our head on 7,500, of course. So, oh boy, it's gap up and range up and everybody else up. So back to what I was, the normal stream getting started here. We know about the TLab. Oh, I can tell you what's important. I guess it would be a pretty good idea to be able to trade, huh? So in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel. And in the new version, instead of selecting a method to the DOM or the chart column, you select an account. And in this case, I'm de-risking to this sim story, and I want 5 of these micros. Close that button, get the real estate back. I get all the parameters across the top, plus I get cancel and close. Now, one thing I want to point out that I've done here, I typically never have my P&L up in dollars, only in ticks. But for me to get my head around this new hedging strategy that I'm using, in order to do that, I changed these back to dollars so I had some idea what I'm doing. I will get back to ticks pretty soon, I'm sure. The next thing I do here is make sure that I have the proper trading stats selected, the journal, because that does some other things, and make sure that I don't have anything on I don't want. It's no multi-brackets anymore because I'm using the hedge, and I do want to use the multi-trade thing because that copies anything I do on the screen to the one account to the other 4, and that's how you leverage up to de-risk. The only way I could think to de-risk lower than 2 micros, but yet have achievable profit and payout. So there you go. Now we're going to open in 15 seconds, so I'll shut up and we'll let the open happen. Let it happen, Captain. This is, by the way, one standard deviation from the VWAP. So let's see what we're going to get here. I'm going to give this a second to see if it resets automatically as it should. Otherwise, I'm going to get all antsy-dancy and click them. Boom, boom. There we go. Click them. And it didn't work. So now, remember that the IB high is going to jump right up here. The low will be down here, and those flags will be gone from below us. Yeah? This didn't move. The mid is probably okay. Close. We are in a gap. Wait a minute. We are in both range and gap open. Obviously, if you're in a range open, a range gap, you're in a, typical gap open. I need to change my IRT stuff now from full session to, oh, come on. Jesus Christ, grow up. I'm so over this thing. And I don't know what to do about it. That's the bad part. So there's our gap. Not much of one, but we are in one. And what's all of this noise over here? I don't want any chart wizard going on. Cancel. I don't know what the hell that even is. It's got nothing to do with anything. Nothing to do with Tom's anything. So we're trading up. Oh boy, oh joy, let's, all-time highs. This is so important. This is such a wonderful economy. Inflation, they expect double digits by the end of the year. And I said that clearly, double digits by the end of the year. So, yeah, everything's breaking that guy's way. I wonder how long it's going to take before people go, you know what? Everything was rolling along here pretty well. There was no problems in the Straits of Hormuz. There was no problems with, with fertilizer or helium or any of the other supply chain disasters which are befalling us. Maybe bombing that because Netanyahu thought it was a good idea. It wasn't such a good idea. Maybe. I don't know. Seems like there's a real wide, steep learning curve or realization curve from the point of view of a lot of folks, which is disappointing. Okay, so I've got IRT up in the RTH sessions only. We're in a gap open, gap rules, session rules, everybody rules. There's the range gap. There's the gap, regular gap. I'm changing these around to fit the data that I'm using from Edgeful and from generally what I've learned to be the correct procedure. A gap is from the previous close to the previous open. Well, there is the open. And here is the range gap. So what I will do now is I will put in my little flaggeroonie up here, which says range and gap high. What day is it? 22:0526. There we go. Boop. Now, there's a gap high for both range and gap. Range and close. I don't know how to say that. Here's our IB high, right where it ought to be, and the IB lows right over here. This looks like we did it again. You see how the volumes didn't come down here, but the delta picked it up? So what I'm going to do now is go, ooh, clear resets, and now that's going to jump down where it belongs. So there you go. And in a minute, we'll put Blue Boy on the job for this RTH trading session. What else? is happening at the moment? Well, this weekend I'm going to add another. This is the IBEF zones, and I'm going, or statistics, and I'm going to add in the other IB trade because that seems to be working as well. So let's make sure that I've got everything set up. I've got the hedge figured out. Yep. Just the right account. Yep. I'll pull the hedge over. Well, it is already over, but you don't see that. The hedge instrument is over here, and I do it this way so that I can see what the hell is what I'm doing. This is one contract. So the hedge instrument is the mini, and the micros are the lead. And I have my hedge tool, which I can pull up in after a bit. And there we go. Pretty much ready here, I think. Wow, that's pretty warm. I hope you're near the water. It was over 31 here the other day, but been getting a lot of rain. It's just lush and beautiful outside. All the flower roses are blooming, and whatever this tree with beautiful stuff is going on, and the bougainvillea just quit. Yeah, it's really pretty. Every now and then it does that here. So, here we go. Ho, here we go. Start looking at the data for the initial balance stuff. What the basic, I mean, obviously, here's the basics. Gap up, and it looks like, so far, we're gap and go, right? I'm going to make a prediction that we're going to get to 75.20s here before too long, just based on the liquidity that's sitting up there. And that seems to be the name of the game. Now, there's going to be a Trumpathon, at 1400, but I will be shocked if there's not a bunch of impromptu news, tweets, or whatever else between now and then. Hey, Anton. Yeah, exactly. I got me and Elon. We're gonna go have drinks with Elon on the moon. Come on, saddle up. Let's go. Jesus, gonna have most people that have a brain on their, in their head that know about the economy, etc. I was listening to some pretty interesting stuff last night. They're looking at double-digit inflation here by the end of the year, or certainly within 12 months. Based on the way this mess is going. They're swearing Warsh in today, so that will be the beginning of the end as far as Fed goes, and complicating the or I should say, introducing the lack of independence and focus on the dual mandate from the Fed. So that's what kept us out of trouble with Powell for as long as we're until today, I guess. And I'm certainly no economist, so that's why I listen to those people who are, Nobel Prize kind of people, and that seem to know something about it. So I have to take what they say as with a grain of salt, shall we say. All geared up for the hedge-a-thon here. I got that all loaded so far. Still going to do that based on vetted setups, and I'm still not quite clear, even though I trade them every night in practice, exactly which side of the hedge to pull, which leg to pull, and when, to maximize and not increase the jeopardy or the risk. Remember, this is the Memorial Day weekend, so in addition to being gap up and to the moon, Alice, all night, 100% long inventory all night. These guys are going to go into the weekend long. They're going to get that 75-20 sure as the freaking world here. Now, maybe that'll be the come to Jesus moment and they'll turn it around. I don't know. Trump, and like I can tell you one thing, if I was a hedge fundy kind of person or had a lot of money and a lot of stuff in the market, would you want to be sitting on a lot of long inventory going into a long weekend with all the geopolitical crap going on? I would think that they would be de-risking, but that's why they're worth millions and sitting in Wall Street, and I'm not. Yeah. I guess. I still haven't figured. I realized that there's an issue I have with my risking tool, my hedging tool, and that is that it doesn't figure I want to be sure I've got the scratch figured correctly, and it's dependent on which leg comes off. So that's a work in progress. Let's see, I've done that and this and something else, and we're open. It's gap rules, which, in case you're new to the channel or whatever, gap rules are old market trading floor, locals kind of thing. If we close the gap relatively early in the session, and if price is accepted within previous value, then high probability we'll trade across that value area. If not, look for gap and go, basically. So far, we're gap and go, giddy up, go daddy, right? Go to the moon, baby. It's, margaritas or martinis with Elon on the dark side of the moon. Be there, be square. Boy, are you following at all this unbelievable craziness around the SpaceX IPO thing? Jesus Christ. It's just amazing. I heard a real interesting interview when some other podcast person selected Peter Boyle as the interview person, the candidate around it all. And if you look at the numbers and you look at the stuff, it's just amazing. It's absolutely driven by the fanboys, nothing to do. They've lost $37 billion this quarter or some ridiculous shit. Never made a penny ever. It's really, really incredible. Of course, the VC boys are all tickled to death about it because they're going to get their money back in spades, and then all the doofuses that buy the stock are going to get just hosed, I guess. I don't know. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. I think Musk kind of enjoys just seeing how crazy he can get, and how he's probably amazed at how the fanboys just, no matter what, follow in lockstep. It's really crazy to me. Really crazy. But that fits in pretty well with my estimation of pretty much everything else that's going on geopolitically right now. Crazy. And here we are. Let's meet at the bar. Well, have to get that Edgeful Data fired up and see what's going on. Oh, by the way, well, I'll talk about that later. Never mind. A new fella, is the music volume and stuff okay? A new fella dropped through here yesterday and contribute. You know, we had quite a discussion in the chat. Magic Trader, I think, was his handle. Yeah. He said that the music was loud, my voice, and apparently for whatever reason, I'll have to look at it. OBS is not ducking under my mic, which is, it's set to do so on the music, but apparently it was not, so I pulled the volume down a little bit. And as you guys know, I don't have any speakers in here, so I don't know. Well, typically, a P-shaped profile, which is what they're building right now, is considered short covering. How in the hell do you have short covering at these levels? I'm not real sure. I have to think that one through. I guess so, but yeah. How'd your trade work out right there at the tail end last night? I think good, Anton, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, definitely I remember that, yeah. Kind of pooped out here, huh? Let's get Blue Boy on the job. I knew something was wrong. That lazy devil. I have to dock his salary. What the hell is that? Why didn't that work? One thing I noticed about Bookmap that I have not ever noticed before and this even applies to putting in orders. I don't know how I can show you without accidentally putting on an order, but if I wanted to put an order here at the 93s, right? I couldn't do that. Well, now it seems that I could. Maybe it's just in replay. You see how it won't let me enter an order if I'm right on top of a line or a drawing. But it seems that it's okay now. Maybe it's only in the replay mode that little behavior happens. The mouse, instead of the $sign like it is now, which is as I expect it to be to make an order, changes to a arrow like over here, even when you're inside the active data column. So that may or may not be a behavior to be careful of, but I don't think either one of you guys are using it, so no problem. Welcome to the stream, by the way, anyone. Like, subscribe, send money, you know, all that stuff. Direct me to send a map to the Fountain of Youth, whatever. Welcome to the stream. It's, as I said in the pre-market, it's not by any stretch of the imagination intended to be my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now to develop a consistently profitable trading business, and it's a collaboration. I really appreciate the input and all the, you know, ideas and thoughts from Anton and Anthony and Richard and anybody else that comes through. Magic Guy, we had a nice conversation yesterday afternoon. Magic Trader, not Magic Guy. Yeah, so it's definitely, you know, if you think it's a good idea, a bad idea, or whatever, the point of the story is that it is completely transparent. And I think that's good because, A, it keeps me, provides, you know, credibility, makes me toe the line, and second of all, everything's visible and available, so it's not, can be discussed intelligently and thoroughly. As you know how Bookmap plots orders and stuff, it's plain as the nose on your face. It doesn't do the Hedge story, obviously, but I just have to look at both windows is all, or we do. Basically, I have, my setup here is 2 standing desks. In front of me is a 4-monitor rack. The 2 bottom monitors here are the primary screens that are streamed, IRT and Bookmap, and to the left on the same computer is, on the other standing desk to my left is a vertical monitor with the OBS and stuff. The top screens, top monitors here are driven by another computer where I just have the stream running so I can make sure what's going on there, and sometimes I'll have a static or something on the other one. And then my old, around the corner further on this other stand-up is my old desk, my old normal computer, you know, Outlook and Office and all that kind of stuff. So that's where we are. Just to give you a rundown, or a, you know, kind of a feeling for what's happening. And also in the spirit of transparency and accountability, I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. So you can see any programs open at the bottom. You can see the system clock, hours, minutes, seconds, and date. Tie that back to Bookmap or IRT. You know, there it is. It's all right there. Straight up. So yeah, POC, The brighter yellow is the full session, or the RTH session, I'm sorry, and aligned with the flag. The VWAP, RTH, VWAP, Globex. And this is one standard deviation either side of this VWAP. That's a level that Anton pointed out he uses frequently, and definitely always interested to watch any of those kind of things. Gonna get to that 75-20 sure as the damn world, I would guess. So let's take a look around the horn here. Yeah. Well, that's because they know, man. They're watching you, you know. Specifically you. Absolutely. Bear in mind that this is the range gap high right here, the open. And that I've changed this gap idea to align with the Edgeful Data reports, and I guess the common thinking or the traditional thinking of the market participants, in that the gap is calculated from the previous close to the open. That's a gap. Outside inside range is exactly that. Open compared to above or below range. So I'm trying to get my old brain down there. Here's the MC gap low, there's the MC range low, and here's the MC range gap high for today. There you go. Oh shit. There you go. Sorry. The range, the gap lows, and the range and gap high. Still not even coming close to looking at them. Trading up and haven't looked back. Now this is the first pullback of any note. So let's look over here now. Still got the gap or the lag going, so that's just magical. I'm really thinking about dumping the micro NQ. That volume, I am absolutely sure, is what's causing the big lag issues with IRT. And then the minute I said that, and then no lag was on the micro NQs. But I believe that huge disproportionate volume through the day has got to be having an issue. It's got to be contributing to the issue. We were at 96% in the pre-market, and now we're down to 88% volume, but we ticked up from 3 to 4 points per 1 minute ATR. Lighter volume on a Friday, long weekend. Anybody that's an A squad trader is in their airplane heading for somewhere already, probably. So the story goes. Let's see what's happening around the world here. This is the old-fashioned. Where am I? Come on. So this is the old-fashioned. Come on, you son of a gun. There we go. No, still not. There we go. There we go. And okay, this is the IB, EFIB plotted in the system. Real simple. This is London high and low. Over there, the gold ones previous to that were Asia. This is the IB currently plotting US session, IB high and IB low. These are the the percentage values, and we'll see where we go. The old-fashioned original statistic or strategy that I used was here. God damn, they're all goofy. Why? Maybe it's because of the gapitosis, I guess. And the lags and the whatever else. Oh, shit. There we go. This is the old-fashioned IB, the original one that I built and verified through backtesting. And these are the rules over here. Obviously, it'll start plotting these zones at 9:30, which is Central Standard Time. That's when the IB is a thing. Okay. Oh, come on, man. See how the container chokes up? That's IB falling on its, or IRT falling on its ass while the memory figures out what to do. Yeah. Thank you so much. Let's look at something else. Let's look at the data. This is the Edgeful Data. Now, what's in play? Let's see if I've got it's starting to figure out. Well, that doesn't make much sense, does it? Overall daily bias today? Huh? Okay, let's get the data filter smooped over here somewhere. Look at that. Outside, it's an outside day because we open, you know, we are in a range, so that's an outside day. There's a gap. And I obviously need to figure out better how to read these things. That surprises the hell out of me. Well, I guess not, because that would be close the gap, close the outside day. So there you go. Makes sense. And these are in work, right? But let's drill into the actual. There's the gap fill, which is 50%, 57% probability in this configuration. But this is not customized by day, I suppose. Weekday. Here's Friday. If we gap up, there's a 53% probability it'll fill today. Over these occurrences, oh, damn it. I don't know why I can't make that remember the MES. I guess it matters a hell of a lot, but you know. There's the MES over 6 months. Makes a bit of a difference over here, doesn't it? And the occurrences. The outside day. Let's do that. Why not? Outside day. Where'd that go? Opening candle continuation is something that's seems to resonate well with me. What's in play right now is an opening candle is busy forming. Now this is a screenshot of this what's in play associated with this particular report. And we're heading down to the we did close the gap. Ooh, we closed the gap and we closed the range. So there you go. Oh no, we did not. What am I talking about? We've come across open though. The open. There we go. An easy way for me to visualize this stuff is using using this. Okay. So Asia, London, New York. Ooh, baby. Am I on the right? Yes, I'm on the right instrument this time. That's a pleasure. Here's the opening range developing. Right now, it is has just gone red for the continuation candle, and the way that works is the open and the close. So you see that this red line, you see the open here and the close over here. When that tips up, that line will go green. The coloration will be green, or the other way around. So this is right now negative opening bias, still forming, of course, until 9:30. All right, then let's get to the meat and potatoes here, I think, which is the initial balance breakout. So there we have what we're looking at today, and we need to be sure we have the right day going on. And I'm kind of klutzing along with this. I apologize. So today, here's the forming initial balance. This is breakout. Breakout is to the upside. Breakdown is to the short side. Single break probability today is 87.5%. Zero probability of no break, and only 12.5% double. Friday is a good IB day to play. Now let's look at the retracement. And let's get the right day going on over here. These are little. I'm a klutz at doing this, I'm sure. But there you go. So if the initial balance is put in first, the high, if the low, let me start over. If the low is put in first, you would expect the IB high to be taken out. If the high is put in first, you would expect the IB low to be taken out. The second of the IB levels has a higher probability of being breached. Depending on which one is, this is the breakout, this is the breakdown. Assuming that you break through the level, then there is a 76.92% probability that after the IB high would be breached, price would retrace to the 25% level. 38% of the time it would retrace to the 50, and 15% it goes to 38. Other way around over here with a breakdown. And then here are the days that it's happened and the data. And if you want to see a snazzy looking picture of it, there you go. And this is just a single break. It doesn't show the probability of the retrace, but the way that works is, boo, based on right here, not there, right here. So IB high, IB low, 25 from the bottom, 50%, 25 from the top. These are those values, and they are pushed across to Bookmap. So there we go. Now, the way I'm working the hedge idea, approaching the hedge story, who? 70. Wait, where? What? Who? Okay, you're talking about last night, all right? Yeah. We didn't close the gap or the range here. We didn't close the outside bar either yet. But if you want to look at this now, what's happened? We've put in the IB high first. Ooh, IB high first. And we've just put in an extended IB low. So that means that the IB low would be the expected one to be breached. So we would look at those statistics on the pullbacks for the 50 or the 25 and the 50 and continuation. And these liquidities look pretty suspicious, don't they? The 80 and the 86. Oh man. My eyes went on auto itch here. Stand by, sorry. So, we're past 9 o'clock. Is that right? Yeah, we're past 9 o'clock. So the IB is coming into view here. And what is the initial balance if you don't know that one? It's a real old statistic from market profile days. And it's best visualized right here. Now, I need to change the open type here. I don't have this thing automatically refreshed throughout the day all the time, just to try to save cycles on the CPU and this lag crap. Here's the outside, here's the open type, which we determined in the pre-market. We've got the levels set up. You notice that IRT highlights the correct open type, which is handy, but only after 8:30. Then they changed the color of the text from black to blue for levels which have been revisited. So the overnight high and the overnight mid have been revisited, but none of the others yet, including the POC, which is kind of interesting. No, it's not. It's down there at 86, and here that POC is down here, right? So that's how it works. Now, the IB is the most probable statistic in all 4 open types. Here we were yesterday. Here we are today. So this says that at some point between 9:30 this morning and 1600 this afternoon, this value will, one of these two, IB high or low, will be revisited. If you looked over here, here's the IB low and here's the IB high. And we've got about 15 minutes or 20 minutes to go for the stat to be set in stone. Remember that the statistic says at any point between 9:30 and 1600. It doesn't have to, could be 1 second before 1600. It could be 9:30 and 1 nanosecond. Nobody cares. It doesn't care. It doesn't look at any of those other statistics. It doesn't look at the news. It doesn't pay attention to what Trump tweeted. Nothing. That's the statistic. And we're setting up over here. You can see that the IB high was put in first. Here's the low after there. So that's makes sense. Here are those levels. And there's a couple ways to approach this. There's a few people who use Edgeful Data that look at that and front run it. Typically, I don't advise doing that and have it for a long time. Wrong thing. I typically never advised front running the statistics. But there are those who do, based on the fact they're looking at the data. They're looking at the probabilities of the being taken out and the retrace, and the way I interpret and the way it's suggested to interpret the data from Edgeful and the retrace in that report, after the IB statistic has been taken, the low in this case, there would be a 73 point or 70 whatever it was percent probability that price would retrace back to here. And then where are you going to go? You're not sure, or retrace back to here. So if it's much lower probability that it retraces to here, the idea is that it's going to come here and go the other way, right? Because it's not going to get to the 50. That's, you kind of got to interpolate that forward and backward, I think. And you can also, there's another report which also can be viewed that sets probability of reaching extensions beyond the IB after the replay or the recall or whatever you call it. Retrace. There you go. And that one is perhaps interesting. Didn't think about that until right now, actually. So the report I'm talking about here is a version of the initial balance one, obviously, and it's called levels. So what's that mean? Well, there you go. Now, better get it on the right day, which is Friday. What do we got? All this stuff here by wick. Okay. Is it the MES? Yes, it's the MES. All right. So assuming we break down, which is the low, here are the probabilities that price will extend to these levels in terms of percentage of the IB, standard deviation from the IB. So there's a 62% probability that it goes 51 standard or half standard deviation away from the IB, I think. And the way I think that's visualized down here, I hope. Oh, it's not. Okay, never mind. So those would be targets, and you can do that. You can visualize those. Oops, with your with this thing by going to the IB here. Oops, wrong one. That's the setting. Let's go to the IB, wherever that went. Initial balance. Come on. I'm good at this, huh? I never used this before. So these are the levels. So if we're going low, let's go to 1 and let's go to half. And go, okay, what do we do? Well, we don't have the IB yet, so it isn't putting in the levels, but when it does, they would be extended down here, I think. I hope I didn't do something different. Got the VWAP suite on here, which shows the two VWAPs. Anyway, okay, so there we go. Let's wait for the IB to set, and those levels, extension levels, should occur. The opening candle or the bias is definitely short. There's the first IB. This would be the suspect down here. And typically, a real good rule of thumb is that we're going to take out the London liquidity on the lower side. There's also the previous high and low, different statistics. So there you go. Now I'm going to try to figure out what I'm going to do. I'm going to wait until the IB sets because I think it's pretty crazy in this gap situation. Oh boy, close, close, close. Remember that there's no IB statistic, even if that it penetrates the IB down to that liquidity level until 9:30. It can go all the way down to 80 here, and it will just be moving the IB level lower. That's all. Pretty damn close to closing that range though, huh? Now, gap rules, if you want to go back to thinking like that, are if they close it and price is accepted in that previous day's range and value, high probability they trade across it. If not, if it's rejected out, then the probability is to continue in the direction of the gap. Right there, for example, did not make the statistic. What it did was extend the IB low lower. If I'm all ready to rock in the hedge world here. So we've got that set up. We've got this one, and it's good to go for one. Yeah, okie dokie. And they keep punching it down. Look at there. They got the overnight volume point of control. Whoa, baby. And look at the difference here. My goodness, look at this. Well, that's interesting. Look at where the overnight volume point of control is on the mini. And let me direct your attention to the micro. That's 10 handles lower. I guess that's right. Ah, man. That's pretty amazing. Now, this is nothing to do with the statistic. This just keeps moving them lower, and they're headed for 80 now. And they're going to tap that 80 out before they get to, before this is over. So our range low has been tapped. There's the 80s. Yep. To the tick. And we still have 6 minutes to go for the IB. That will, of course, set the, there you are. That will have set the IB lower down at 78, 75-ish. Not the gap yet, but, you know, what the hell? Oh. I don't know why it did that. Oh, I guess it was just the IB resetting. And the developing value area low moved down also. Am I on the right everything? Yes, I am. I guess I'm on the right window and the right whatever else here. Long weekend. A lot of crazy geopolitical risk afoot. China just came out with a big statement that they fully support the autonomy of Cuba last night. And will continue to support Cuba. I guess probably Donnie John probably didn't like hearing that much. I'll show you something interesting, you options fellows, that I see over in Static earlier this morning. I want to see what happens when this IB sets. I got to get ready to try to figure out the Hedge story. I'm still not warm and fuzzy about how to unwind that thing, but and unless I'm wrong, the only advantage I see to it, and I mean, it definitely reduces the risk to $125 set. But if there's no way to unwind it to profit, you know, then it isn't a hell of a lot different than just a stop. So I have to figure out how to do that. I mean, I think it's a great idea. It's not the idea. It's the operator. It's on this side of the screen. So we approach a minute and a half. The IB will be set. Obviously, the suspect, the most likely suspect, one would imagine to be the IB low. Statistically and just visually and every other lee. Which doesn't mean anything. It could turn right around and rip out the top just as, you know, just as easy as not. That's sure. Okay, I'm assuming the market pressure's not crapping out the machine today. That's good. Did you fix something or just the reboot helped? That's usually what fixes my stuff. I don't know how's that market, I guess the big thing is how's the market pressure calculated? I would have to imagine it was bid ask something or other. It must be stacking and pulling, I guess. There was I guess now it might be as well. No, well, okay. So there we are. The IB is set at this moment. The IB will no longer go down, nor will the IB high go up, and the statistic is hot. Let's see what happened in this world over here. Let's go by weekday. So we have an 87% probability that we're going to take a one-way break. And if you look at the, I think it's this one. IB high first break is the IB low. There's a 72% probability in this configuration, because the IB high was put in first, that we will break the IB low short bias. And then you can start doing all those, if it pulls back to the 25 or the 50 and all those other related items that associate with trade management going forward. So here we have, there's the negative candle. Now you remember the IB is put in. So here are those values that I entered. Those levels. Is there one down below us or somewhere? I had two. There's -1. Where's -half? I thought it ought to be around here someplace. Oh, +half. So this is a stupid level. I got that the wrong spot, I guess. That's where it shows these targets. And here's the likely suspect, and here we are trading, and these are the levels. So there you go. The POCs are different spots. That is so weird. I didn't imagine that the overnight POC would be 10 handles different. That just further confuses me how these people watch the ES and trade the micro. I gotta say, I don't understand that. There's an interesting observation. Oh, wait a second. Cool. Well, there you go. That might be what it is. I was noticing I got to clean mine with the vacuum and all that stuff this weekend. As I noticed yesterday when I was showing you that crate story, that it was running a little bit, the CPU was running a little bit hot. Or at least it was red. Good for you. There's nothing worse than having your infrastructure fall over, you know. It's like so helpless. I was actually laying in bed at some point last night thinking about, I am unprotected. All this redundancy and bullshit I have around here, but if the internet goes down or whatever and I'm in a trade, now if it's AMP and it's a live trade and it's bracketed, then those stops and targets are on the server. But in the hedge, that's not the case. So I need to figure out a phone hookup or some other way of getting out, right? And my experience with AMP in particular is, maybe the trade desk telephone hot number is quick, I don't know, but just trying to get an answer. They always answer, but not very fast. And I can imagine that the eternity of waiting, 30 seconds is an eternity when you're in a trade and you can't get loose. Yeah, pulling and stacking. That's what I thought. That's one of the Peter deals. Jigsaw. Actually, there's a guy in Hedge in Static who went down some rabbit hole and built a indicator that he has in his book map that shows pulling and stacking. I didn't think it would even be remotely worth looking at. I never was able to see what pulling and stacking did for me clear back in the Jigsaw days, but he spent a lot of time doing it and finally got it running. Well, one of the things I was going to show you here that we're waiting for something to happen, or at least I am. Wait a minute, wrong everything. There we go. What window am I on? Go to book map. Go to static. Okay, this guy here, 92. Where did it go? This guy is in one of you options, folks. This is new in Edgeful. Static. This options wall story, if you want to copy that or if it makes any sense to you. Some big deal about knowing where the market's going. And then he's got all this. This is his something else. This is something else, literally. Also options based. SPY, delta pressure exposure, GEX by strike. Market makers, none of this crap makes. This is all volume stuff, I guess, and I suppose these are POCs. I suppose. GEX by strike. Not sure what GEX is. So yeah, this is a new guy to be posting in here. I haven't seen. Justin's the guy that built that thing and where the pulling and stacking is. He's always posting these animated GIFs. It's never quit. I don't know how to turn those off. This guy's got a lot of stuff going on here. I don't know. I just saw these things this morning, but I thought you might be interested in that stuff. And I think I don't believe I've seen this guy around in here before. So Rob, if you want to ping Rod, he may shoot you an invitation or whatever to join the static, just if you're interested, either one of you. Or any of you, actually. Well, how do you determine actual buying, active buyers and sellers? I mean, that's pulling and stack. That's active. Nobody's locked in. I mean, I don't know how to do that. I'm not saying there's not a way to do it. I'm saying I don't know. If I put an order down here and then I pull it, am I an active buyer, unseller, or not? Otherwise, it's delta. Because those are transactions. That is active, I guess. And the other side, the pulling and stacking is essentially the order book stats up here at the top, isn't it? I don't know. That's one I don't know. Absolutely. Well, that 0% chance of no IB today. Let's see how that holds up. Well, yeah, so active is our actual transactions, correct? So that would mean active. An active buyer is one that crosses the inside bid and lifts the ask. An active seller crosses the inside bid and hits the bid, or the inside market and hits the bid. Those are transactions, and isn't that what's tracked in? Well, you can do delta or you can do actual transactions at any level, isn't it? The tape, in other words, it's the tape. Yeah, it's the tape. Duh, why did I think of that earlier? Remember Jigsaw? Remember Peter's power meters? That's what that was about. Those were just graphic representations of the tape. Well, all dressed up and no place to go here. I'm just getting this hedge off and getting somewhere, burning a hole in my fingers here. I want to get going. Okay. Well, I'm sure you got the V reversal down there at that liquidity and are long and ready to retire here. 18 handles up. Okay, cool. I like it when they make a sound. That's good. Actually, I don't hear any of that either. I have alerts and stuff on IRT and whatnot, but since I don't have a headset on, I'm not hearing anything. I know Tom uses that. You can hear it. Actually, when he's doing the stream, you can hear his thing squawking in the background there sometimes. I remember. Well, I'm really glad you got you got that worked out. There's nothing more, for me, there's nothing more disruptive or irritating than not being able to rely on the, what I believe I should be relying on, like your machine in this case. So that's really good. And it, you know, takes the pressure off about, oh, Christ, I got to go build another computer now and zoom, zoom, zoom and all those things. Even though you may still want to do all that, it just, you don't have the urgency involved. And great that their support jumped right in and helped you there. That's a good, that's really nice also. Very definitely good. The magic guy that was in here yesterday was busy looking at liquidity and stuff, and I mentioned to him that you spend a lot of time looking at the liquidity is really important to you, and I was telling him about your ATAS program, different than the bookmap thing. I don't know where he came from or what, but there you go. If you get pinged by some guy. I suggested he go look at that one because you were thought it was quite great, and that it had some of the bells and whistles of the heat map and the liquidity stuff as opposed to Bush bookmap. So the IB is hot. We're approaching the 10 o'clock. Well, hour pretty quick. Captain Crunch or Captain Chaos is going to be on the microphones at 1400. So hopefully we can get one on and off before that. I don't know when their swearing in of Warsh is today, but it much matters, I guess. He'll start wiping out the debt and taking care of his buddies in the bank and Wall Street. Druckenmiller et al. Imagine the sense of power and whatever that you must get when you're one of these behind the scenes guys like Peter Thiel, you know, puts himself in the vice president of the United States so he can, as his meat puppet, you know, he doesn't have to be in the forefront, but he can, you know, he says jump and Vance is saying how high on the way up. And now Warsh is, you know, Druckenmiller's got Warsh in there and the Fed and it must be an amazing world they live in. Unfortunately, I think I'm going to run out of life before I get there. Got off to the wrong start early, I guess. What is going on here? Okay, there we are. So just quickly to, you know, checklist here. Got the hedge set up in the on the de-risking mode with the whatever it's called, outfit, the prop outfit. De-risking, the only way to de-risk from 2 micros that I could figure out. If anybody has a better idea, let me know. We're set up for 5 micros on this one for the lead account. The hedge will be a 1-lot mini. So the ratio is 0. And the fundamental hedge is somewhere here. Let's go. Where am I? Who's on third? There we go. This is the fundamental hedge setup. And I've got to work with this weekend to get this. I don't know why that's there, by the way. To get this properly identified so that after the hedge is off, the scratches and the risk is properly identified, the scratch location for sure. It's correct without, when the hedge is just, before the hedge is on. When the hedge is, the moment the hedge is on, the scratch is correct, because it's 5-point target is 2.5. I mean, it's 2.5 to break even, and 5 points here, so that would be the scratch, I think, if I did the math right. And then short and long works. This all changes. And because of some of the ranges, I'm also pulling the values right here, so I don't have to confirm against the price ladder. But one thing I noticed, depending on which leg I take off, there's a discrepancy with the scratch. So yeah, I'm real paranoid about that, in case you haven't figured it out yet. I don't want to find myself suddenly in a upside down risk reward thing because I overlooked something. I'm certainly not, I'm not insinuating that you've overlooked anything or that the system doesn't perform as expected, but I'm always worried about this side of the monitor, Yep, we're gonna go hedge. And all of a sudden, oh, Wilbur, we're upside down. Yeah. So I'm just nothing to do here, as far as I'm concerned. I suppose you guys have maybe taken trades already, several, or up and down, I don't know, but as far as I'm concerned, nothing to do here. Because I don't want to just throw on a hedge and then just for the simple fact of doing it. I'm trying to stick to my guns that the hedge is just a substitution for the stop on a structured trade, which is, I believe, how you approach it on Anton. And I think exactly the right way to do it. And let's see what's going on in this one. Let's see if the bar's open. Oh, the girls are not even. There we go. We got the bar going on here. Look at here. Well, did it identify the distribution? Pretty well. Pretty well. We don't have a breakout or a retest, but to the point more, I guess, is this one. These are the levels which are pushed over to Bookmap. The way this, for anybody that's not familiar with this idea, this is based on the Edgeful Data, which we've looked at and gone through over here, and these percentages and the pullback and the retracement and all that stuff. So the system that I've coded, the way I've coded it up here, and the way I was able to do it in the analyzer, which is here, I think is here, if here works. Oops, wrong one. Sorry about that. There. Okay. So I've coded this up for the IB, a 2-lot contract on the initial balance. there's the entry there. I mean, there are the levels for the entry and the targets, etc. And then this is the back testing. So there they all are. And the stats are down here. And what's going on here? There we go. And now the way I've figured out just recently to do this is you look at the most profitable statistic, which in this case looks to be about 4,100 right here. Click on that little squiggly line right there, and then that shows that particular backtest in the data. There's the equity curve, drawdown. Was this a stupid way to backtest it? Average win, average loss, consecutive winners, consecutive losers. I don't like that. But this is nice. Worst loss, average loss 37, average wins $1.20, so 2.8 to 1. No, wait. Where's the 2.58 profit factor? Only 43% win rate, huh? And then by day of the week, by hours, by who knows what the scatter plot's telling you. And the number of exits based on that. And then there's the P&L distributions and whatever else. I think this is going to go away. I think this was a teaser. Access to this was a teaser to get you to go to the next step, I think. I think I saw an email about that. But anyway, that's how you further define the trade and the strategy you're going to take. And that is what I have coded here. My thinking was to code it up over here so that I could run a back test in IRT, which I understand, and compare the numbers. So there you go. And that would be the stats. So the way that would work, the triggers would work are a breakout of the IB, preferably the IB low if you're going to stick to your guns, if I am going to. And that's open inside, close outside. Boom, breakout. Pull back to the 25, or in the case of a short, pull back to the 50% zone. And that's the trigger for the short. And then it goes on. The logic some people use about the front running is that rather than waiting for the IB to be broken and it to retrace, if you know that you've got an extremely high probability it will be the IB low, you front run from here towards that level. I don't think I don't have a long-term warm fuzzy feeling about doing that, but so here we go. And then the other one I should have mentioned, I guess, is my first properly vetted statistic, which is here. And that is a real simple set of rules. It looks complicated because you have to code each and every rule independently. There are only three. I call them rules because that's what IRT calls them. It doesn't mean anything to me. But price takes the IB, that's A, first rule. Price continues to the continuation zone, pulls back to the trigger. That's IBC, Bob's your uncle, and away you go. Or price takes the IB, pulls back to the pullback zone, to the trigger, and then mean reverts to the center. That's the philosophy behind this particular trade, which has been ran real well and was making money, and I was taking it religiously. Not on IRT, not in IRT, because this is all in the simulated environment, because I don't have confidence in my ability to take it to the next level with a broker. but I would see the trade activate over here and manually replicate it instantly as I could on Bookmap. And yes, that was as inefficient as you can imagine, but it worked out quite well for 2 or 3 months. And then when volatility got screwy, the system finally took more consecutive stops than the backtesting data had identified. So that means something changed. You don't ever change a vetted system until it goes out of parameters, right? It goes out of limits. That's when I started looking at some other things and why I kind of like this basic one here. Even though yesterday, let me just see if I can still show you that. Yesterday, oh, my trouble seems so far away. Yesterday, it took 40-something ticks, 64 ticks positive. I think that was it. But this one did not do so. I want to get this back where it's actually thinking here. There we go. But this one did not. But I like this one because it's based on it's not hard fixed zones, right? It's based on ratios or percentages of the range, and I can also control the width of the range to control risk. I can filter out. Don't take a trade more than X percent or X range width, but this using the hedge on top of this, then I don't have to worry about that. So I'm trying to get to a situation that has a potential to grow as winning grows and is based on probabilities or percentages of the value rather than hard fixed stuff. If that makes sense. Probably doesn't, but there you go. Oh, gotta wake the girl, 10 o'clock. Yeah, you're right. Oh, man. Sorry about that. I blow my nose or sneeze or something and I hit the mute button. So this thing that I was just talking, all that, the most intelligent, top secret tips I've ever. I was on mute. No. This new customization in the report, they've added these probabilities, and what you do is where price was in these range values at the close of the IB affects dramatically which initial balance level will be taken out. And the 0 to 25 range always is opposite the first level, IB level that formed. So what does all that mean? That means over here on this one, which is so much easier to look at, we formed the IB first, high, meaning the zone 25, 0 to 25 is here, 25 to 50 is here, 50 to 75, 75 and now. Now here is the IB close right there. Close, okay? Price was in the 25 to 50% range when the IB closed. So changing that study here to 25 to 50, well, let me show you the difference in change. Going from all, in other words, nothing, don't worry about it. If the IB high formed first, there's a 25%, 22% probability that the IB high will be broken first. 77% that it will be that the IB low will break first. That's the usual thinking, my usual thinking. But we were just determined that we were in the 25 to 50% range when the IB formed. Uh-oh. The IB high will break first 100% of the time on Friday by wick, 5-minute chart, this range. Okay? Now, if that's a god darn big difference. That's from 22% to 100%. So that's a big deal. That's a pretty big deal. That means then that there's a 100% probability that it's going to take this high out over here. How would you approach that? Well, do you get long at 50 and, and throw a hedge on and shoot for the moon? Yeah. Wow. That's a pretty big deal, I think. Now, if I can try to keep this thing off of mute and get the right deal going on here, we're all set. So that's quite a big, yeah. That's probably why that magic guy didn't come back here. That happened about 3 times yesterday when I was going back and forth trying to tell him something, and the damn thing had been on. He said, "You're on mute," or "You're wrong." No, what he kept saying was wrong screen, because I was busy showing him the some of the data stuff and talking about your ideas with the ATAS. And yeah, I went, that old guy is freaking crazy. I'm not getting near there again. Well, now given that data, what would have been the right idea? Well, I guess just a long and a hedge and a hardy hi-ho silver. Look at that, targeting this liquidity up here at the top side. And all this, we're going to the moon, Alice, crap that seems to never go away. And I will point out, we closed the range, not the gap, and are rejected out and going the other way. So that all fits, doesn't it? Kind of. I don't think I have this on 250. No. Getting a lot of little lines, and they're getting a little busy over here for me. There we go. So yeah. I guess that's the way to. I guess that would be the trade direction, I guess. I'm thinking it would have probably been, the entry would have probably been better off down here. But if you put the hedge on and shoot for the IV high, what are you looking at? You're looking at 10 handles right now. This is a job for a glass of green tea. Yeah, I think that's probably the direction to go here. And I guess I'm just like Elmer Fudd, not knowing which is up. And while I've been talking, it's gone up 5 handles. Overnight high, why didn't I have overnight high stat in there? That's a bad boy. Boomer, bad boomer. Overnight high. Where are you? Right there. 74.9%. Well, that's pretty weird. I had that in there. Now, this is not cheating because it's the overnight high. We could trade all day long and that's not changing. So, boom. There's that. Tempting to just throw one on and put the hedge and let it rip for the top, huh? It's kind of late now. I would feel like I was chasing it. Notice the liquidity flashing up here? And there's the ever-present danger of tweets or us. That's got me spooked also. Boy, that's a real revelation, this thing over here. I'm pretty amazed at the dramatic difference that means. Oh, well, hold on here. God darn it. I mean, I don't think it's going to have that big a difference, but let's check. No. In 6 months, when the IB high formed first, and when it did, price was in. This doesn't say anything about the candle, does it? Short or long, because the bias is short here. Meaning that the first break IB high, first break, IB low. Oh, IB high, low formed first, 72%. This is contradictory to this data up here in the thing, but it's sure as hell made a big difference in a hurry. That says that, well, here's the deal. Frequency, one time. That doesn't seem like a lot of frequency, does it? A frequency of 1 isn't very meaningful data, I guess. Here are the times when that happened. Only one time. Oh, okay. So it's 100% of 1. I guess maybe that's. I guess maybe I better get the deed back on the ranch here. I guess I was getting all excited if I was going to go all in, baby. That's something you got to be careful about. Obviously, I have to be careful about. You don't have to be careful about anything, but I do. Well, that's kind of an interesting statistic then, that one time out of all the Fridays for 6 months where we've had the IB high first, one time did it take out the IB high. I got to think about that one. That seems kind of... So is this a breakout and retest? Got some liquidity there at the 10s, huh? I'm half a mind to just put on a long and hedge it, and except I would feel real stupid doing that when I missed this area down here. With this rotation here, or this low volume node really would have been the spot to do it. I got to think about that stat. If it happened one time out of 6 months on Fridays where the IB was put in, the high was put in first, that almost says that's a real low probability of happening, doesn't it? Ooh. Math is hard. Math is hard. Yeah, this would maybe be the spot for a long and shoot for those highs, but by the data, it's supposed to be the IB low. I'm not sure what that filter thing actually is showing us. I got to think about that one. I didn't obviously look at it well enough before. Now, damn it. Should listen to myself and gotten along an edge, right? This is your standard deviation. You're your one standard deviation. I don't know what to think about that statistic. I know I wish I'd have put the trade on here when I said so. Like a dummy. I think I have to become more, my mind has to first go to the idea of the hedge. I think I still am hesitant because of the stop story on the typical brackets. Well, yeah, there's a lot of stuff down below us, but we're going to take the IB high, sure as the damn world. They rejected the lows and the previous range and stuff, and now they're to the moon, Alice. Here we go. Right now, I'd be 6 points in the money, and another 10 above us. And they're going to take the IB high and the liquidity at 16, sure as the world. Wouldn't enter now because it's chasing and after the fact. But that was a real poor, he who hesitates is lost moment on my part. And I have to eliminate those. Now there's always, opportune moment for a Trump dump. But I saw something on somewhere, I don't know, Financial Juice or something about, he's tweeting about, record highs in the market. They love our economy or something. So I think he's probably going to be aware of not doing any Trump dumps in the near future. Just reading into it what I suspect. No base of fact whatsoever. What does our buddy over at Bloomberg have to say? Nothing. Trump, new stock market record. They're still doing the exchange of messages, framework for an agreement. That's the one that's holding over the market like a 500-pound gorilla. Is this? Now here we go for that IB high. Sure as freaking world. What is wrong with me? I need to go do something else, I guess. Really stupid. Very disappointing. Yeah, well, 7504 is that consolidation area kind of, and it's just above where I was. You know, if you want to, where did my mouse go wrong? Set of screens, get down here where you belong. You know, there's consolidation and a breakout, and then up we go. And here are your levels here, 4. Same thing. And that's kind of on the, got a big sell delta there. But yeah, they're going to go up there and take that IB high. I'm just disappointed in myself for not, why aren't I on that trade? Why wouldn't I out by now, actually? Oh, well. Poor execution, as the old saying goes on the floor, confirmation is for Catholics, not traders. Especially when there's the hedge in the wings, which is essentially, you know, going in the front door when you're, what the risk is, absolutely. Assuming that they just take them both off at the same time. What a drag. 10:33. Well, Tom's stream started, so you can go figure out which way to have been here. Figure out how. I still want to figure out. I want Tom to tell me how to know this right here. Or look at the high, you know, look at these opening swings. How do you define the opening swing thing so you can just mean revert them? I don't know. Kidding about Tom. Tell me he's not gonna, doesn't know either, but wish somebody did. I suppose somebody knows. I guess I will have to console myself with the fact that I am exercising discipline here. I'm maybe not in a good way, really. Too much, maybe. On a Friday of a long weekend. There's nothing worse on my psychological capital. I don't know about anybody else, but then going into a weekend, especially a long one, in the hole, you know, I really don't like that. And I realize that is absolutely stupid. Should have absolutely no outcome. If you trade the trades right, the setups, it's a random market. You're either going to have winners or losers, and that's the randomness of the market. The joy of trading. The key to judging whether it's a good day or a bad day is, did you execute the trades properly in the way that you were supposed to? I think. And in accordance with your edge. So I still have not do not, per the strategies that I have developed, I don't have any trades that have triggered yet. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it right there. But I think you're on the right track, Anton, with, you've taken several trades in a day and one or two hedges execute, meaning that the other trades are going to profit targets, and that's the way to survive and have a profitable trading business. Standing here being disciplined but not trading is the same as losing. In my opinion. See that I'm remiss in my disco duties here today. Sorry. Oh, yeah, the Michigan numbers were out. Well, that's... why is it doing this? Something's goofy here. There we go. The Warsh is all sworn in, so he's got dollar signs clicking off in front of his eyes. And Trump is participating in it, so that means that there's at 9:50 that's been going, so there you go. Pakistan Army Chief, a key U.S.-Iran mediator, is heading for Tehran, CBS News. I can't imagine how much higher the market is going to pop on that if they put that deal together. Wow. Yeah. What a mess. What a world. They're going to take something. Which one of the IBs they going to get? They're going to get the big one, the top one. Ooh, look at the liquidity that lifted off.
just below that high. There's still a pretty good pile up there at 55.20, however. It's really strange. I mean, it's not strange, but it's really interesting how they just run to these liquidity levels and tag them. How does that work? Is that some sort of strike thing, or is that somebody, you know, insider trading? What the hell is that? How do you know that? How does the market know that? Why is it doing that? But doesn't go the extra 2 ticks to take all this liquidity that was sitting up above at the IB high, or 720 or 520s. I really don't know. I'll expect one of you to figure that out and report back immediately. Yeah. Well, when you've got it, you be sure, as Tom would say, call me. Yeah, absolutely. I'll even accept the charges. You can call me collect. Is there still such a thing as collect calls and all that stuff? I don't guess it still even exists, does it? Well, this is something. This is some price action, huh? Boom, boom, doodle-doo-doodle-doo. And this is definitely let's check what the boys in the bar are up to over here. You guys partying? Oh, yeah, look at them go. Well, all of these would have been, it's its own little bar now, but these would have all been breakout retests. Okay, so that's what I was just talking about over here. This stuff would have been the breakout and the retests. Oh, VPOC migration. Antonio's all fired up. Here we go. He's long. He's all in, baby. Tom's all in. Somebody's all in. Now, this is where I feel like just throwing on a long on the VPOC migration, targeting the IB high. And if it goes back to the hedge, so be it. You know? And maybe that's the attitude that I need to have. But it's real hard for me to do. It's hard for me to be that YOLO-y kind of a thing. And that's on the micros. What happened on the schminis over here? Yeah, it it jumped up on the minis also. $98. Well, based on the opening candle and all of the other data from Edgeful, it is a short bias day. This would not be a trade to take. I don't mind talking about him. I actually thought I was surprised that he gave a crap what I thought, to be honest with you, when he DM'd me and then showed me those documents that he had been a professional trader. I said, well, thanks a lot. I appreciate it, man. And yeah. And so I don't question that. He very definitely was a professional trader, which I never really questioned that part, actually. But, and it's a fact that, and he says so himself, it's not a live trade calling room, or I think is what he says, and that's true. So, yeah, I don't doubt the fact that he's very successful at trading. So, hard to argue with success. But I did think I was surprised that he gave a shit, frankly, or that he cared what I would have thought about that. But nice that he did, and took the time and effort to reach out about it. And I appreciate it. I mean, I like him. I think he's got a good sense of humor and all that stuff. Yeah. And the TLab. That's why I still do the TLab snaps every day and support the session prices. Ned and all the guys there. So yeah. Well, here we go. Now we're going to go price check aisle 3. Got the low liquidity zone over here on the mini current, whatever this is, current profile. So what do? Do you go long? Picked up a couple more subscribers. Be nice to get 100. The trick is, not the trick, but the thing with YouTube is, you have to have 1,000 subscribers with consistent views to be considered to be eligible to monetize, for example. And so, I don't have any delusions of any of that. But I remember when I first started listening to Patrick Boyle, he had like 1,000 subscribers or less. And then he had an interview or a whatever you call it, podcast with CoffeeZilla, and suddenly the next day had like 10,000 subscribers or something. And now he's one of the most successful financial sites on YouTube. He's got over 1.5 million or 1.7 million subscribers. Really. And he does a good job. There's no question about it. I like him. But yeah, that just in the course of, since I was listening to him, that's happened. A couple of years. making money hand over fist, man. That's those kind of subscribers and views. He's got to be making 40, 50 grand or more a month. So was this then the retest of this? They pull back and the bar. Was this the bar? And fit in with the VPOC migration? If I know my, which I don't, technical analysis, this is a bull flag, isn't it? Where you have lower highs and lower lows. It's also a downtrend, but in an uptrend indicating that it's going to go higher. I don't know. In other words, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see what the bar says. The boys in the bar. What just happened there? Let's see. I guess this is that one we were just, which already had a couple in there, I guess, so I don't see any big difference there. And no signals here at all on any of these, because they all require the break. The only thing that this is close for is the Al Brooks. Right there. What Brooks says at this candle, well, actually the 18th candle, 5-minute chart, that there's a 93% probability that the high or the low are in for the day. Do with that what you like, or can, or something. He says the 18th candle, this is the 20th, and why when I upgraded to this new version it's making these numbers at 100th? I don't know what the hell that's. Wait a minute. 500 minutes. Maybe that's looking back at the, because this is full session. Maybe that's looking back at the, I'm gonna have to figure that out and go with math some more. But not doing that. There's no fence trade. There's no IBEF. So there you go. And there's, of course, there's nothing here because it requires a breakout of the IB first. There you go. There you are. There you have it. I think this is a good excuse for me to wander around the house and see what's up. Well, Antonio, tell me what to do here, my brother. Mano, dígame. You're the VPOC migration expert here. What's the story? And I, like I said, I do appreciate that Tom took the time to reach out, and I was, not bothered because I never said anything or indicated anything that isn't 100% true. It's not a live trading room. Tom doesn't trade live on the stream, and that's that. So yeah. And he showed me this paperwork that he had been a professional trader at one point, which I really had never questioned, actually. But yeah, nice. It was It was like I said, it was. Yeah, appreciated it. It is kind of remarkable that what a difference in traders there are in those Discord. I've only listened to, I think, one other bookmap Discord thing. Like I said, I listened to that Scott Puccini once upon a time years ago, and one other time I listened to that Robert Rother, that German fella, once or twice, but only the only other ones have ever been Tom and the TLab. So I can't speak to any of the others because I have no idea. Maybe some guy in there that's trading live and making people millions of dollars for all I know. I've listened to Bruce a few times, but I don't think he ever does a live streaming kind of thing. He does usually some announcing something or something, I believe. And following Tom's advice, actually, that's the reason this stream is here and why I do it. And I agree with him. It's much better to focus on my trading here and than yucking it up over there. I'm not young enough like Furs and those guys that are trading on their phone and trading with their feet or whatever it is they do. Got 1,000 irons in the fire all at the same time. I admire them, but I just not that way. That's why I don't have music in here. I need to focus on what I'm looking at and thinking about. All right. Well, back down we go. Huh? Back down to the overnight high now. Now I'm a little spooked about taking a long down there. And then I'll bitch about it a lot when we get up to the other side. Hi, Panda. How are you?
Did you get out of your chair? The chair? And you came to see you're free.
Hmm. $11 o'clock. I don't know whether they have them in Florida or not, but micro centers are a pretty good spot to get computer gear, unless you buy it online, which is, of course, the usual way most people do it nowadays. Looks like I may have missed my opportunity here on the... Oop. And this is one of those periods where, you know, all of a sudden it's going to go boop down 15 handled, or I mean down to the 94s or something, because you know, somebody said something, or it'll go out the top of my monitor because, well, we have a signed deal or something like that. So. I guess the important, the take-home message is, I don't know. And as everybody knows, by definition, the POC is the price at which the most contracts have traded. So what does that mean? It's the most likely place to get chopped up. Boop, 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 boop. Over and under, over and under. And that spawned the old saying, don't diddle in the middle. That being the middle.
Hey, Panda, was that a good snack?
Only? Wow, I'm surprised about that. I would have thought they were all over down there. But yeah, they've got a lot of stuff. Parts, you know what I mean, for building your own kind of thing, as opposed to like Best Buy, which is more of a, you go buy the thing all set up or something like that. Now, is this strike wall or put wall or something? The wailing wall? I think I will stick to my plan of not front running. I really don't know what to think about this, to be honest with you. So that's, that's an easy trade plan. Says that when there's a trigger, take it, and then when there's not, don't. All right. Well, fingers crossed. I hope it works out. It'll be great if it does. I think they're going to take that IB high first, myself. But look at what's really happening today. This is just a giant blender. Retail soup. I guess they need a big pot of retail soup because it's a long weekend. Oh. Magic guy, what's up? Morning. I hope your morning is trading out well for you. Or wherever you are, afternoon, whatever it is. Yeah, it's a pretty crazy environment here today. We're inside the IBs, 11 o'clock. Statistics pointing to the IB low as the likely suspect, and then here we are up here banging our head on the high. So, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. So we're East Coast, Central Standard Time, and West Coast here so far. And Antonio's in Portugal, and at least we got them covered. Remember that it is a long holiday weekend. Monday's Memorial Day. Everyone. It's good. Good for you. I haven't been able to figure out any kind of I mean, obviously in the rearview mirror, it's always but simple to figure out where those opening swing trades are. But I haven't really figured out how to do it in real time, which is, of course, the so it's a structured trade I'm talking about, not just a discretionary trade. And that's great, you know. Real important to remember that whatever you do that is working properly and giving you consistent profitability, absolutely do not change it, you know. I mean, if it's throwing cat crap at the wall and somehow you figure out what to do, that's super. Don't ever change that. Well, just slow grind down's annoying, isn't it? Not for Anton, who is short. That's great. Good for you. I was going to put on a long hedge, but the problem is that IB high, which seems to be the likely way they're going to want to go today, is not supported statistically or with any of my vetted trades, and I'm trying to stick to that, to those and to the data. So I'm probably the most boring. There we go. There we go. There you go, Anton. There's what we needed. There you are. Come on, baby. Come on down. I have no idea what that was about or anything else, but let's look. Maybe. And of course, Fed Chair, the new Fed Chair Warsh's speech is going, "We're going to be rich." You know, everything's going to be great. It's going to be low inflation and good growth, and everybody's going to have fantastic prosperity. And let's hope so. I'm sure that there are a few people who will. He hasn't done badly for himself thus far, so he gets $10 million a year. Whatever you call it, from Druckenmiller. So, you know, he's doing pretty good on his own. What else have we got happening around here? What's Walter Bloomberg got to say? Has he got something up his sleeve? Nope, no posts out of Walter. I don't know how to, I guess it's the most current one. I guess he's gone or something. It says live. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, whatever. Walter, you let me down, buddy. Lower highs and lower lows there. Anton, get that baby down there. Come on. Come on, Trump. Do something stupid. There you go. Or somebody. Yeah, 75 just below him. Unpredicted, real time, and verified in the chat. See? I mean, which is the truth. Right? I don't see anything going on here. Something's wrong here. Come on. Yeah, there's a big low volume node there at the 08. Kind of an over under, I guess, eh? What happened in the bar? Oh, we broke way down. The bar broke way down. And nobody's home over here. Whoop. Damn it. And of course, nothing on this setup. And yeah. That's a good name for your new stream, man. As predicted. And then to have a bunch of Lambos and stuff and chicks with real big boobs and what, whatever else sitting around there. That'd be cool. And be sure you have your. Oh, and you can go down. You can slide down to Miami and get one of those gigantic gold chains. The rapper babies. Maybe not. Do you guys, I don't know that area of Boca at all. Do you guys still have enough Cuban influence to have some cafeterias and some of the good stuff like that, the really good culture? I really liked Miami and the Cuban culture. I joke about it sometimes, but I really enjoyed it. I love the cafeterias and Calle Ocho and, slide into Bienteseti for breakfast in the morning, get some Cuban toast and cafe con leche, and, I really enjoyed that. A lot of fun. And they're by and large good people, but like any other group of people, there's bad apples in every basket. Well, 05 was your target, wasn't it? Yeah, or the 500s where that big liquidity's down there. And that's a very real possibility. We've seen them go down and tag those out several times lately. Good for you. That's great. And I'm assuming that you're not in a hedge because it went your direction straight out of the gate. So when you have a situation like that, do you trail? And do you put a normal stop behind it and then trail him up? Like up there to the, trail down to the 08s on these swing highs or something? Oh, sorry. Magic guy there, I believe, if I remember correctly from yesterday, you're trading the NQs, don't you? Or something, I don't. Only see that here on the IRT. Don't get into that too much with trading. I was looking at trying to use the hedge philosophy on the NQ, but it's I gotta, we talked about it a little since it's Anton's baby originally. A whole lot of thinking has to go into that because of the volatility, and then there's a big issue with risk. Amount of risk you put on. Oh boy, couple more handles there. Now if it goes down to the IB low, takes that IB low out as per the statistics, that would be that would make your damn day. That'd make your Memorial Day weekend, Anton. 40 handles or something? That'd be cool. Yeah. And on Tradeovate. Yeah, I'm remembering that conversation. Oh, damn, it's 11:30 already. No, again. Well, what the hell are they doing now? I leave for a minute and then somebody lets them go the other direction. Nice. Very nice. Something I picked up a long time ago that I see once in a while, and for some reason, I don't ever really act on it. Of course, I don't act on a lot of stuff, but are these ABCs or these W's, the W reversals where you get a high or low, and then you've got the inside of the W, and when price goes across that, that's somebody used to say that was a long, or a sign of continuation for the reversal or something like. I don't know exactly, but I'm sure you can Google it and get 1,000 people that traded on YouTube. I think it's a Wyckoff or a Al Brooks or something, one of those price action guys. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Just one of them. I think that's worth it. Oh, cool. Nothing wrong with that. Good Friday. Remember that it's a Friday of a long weekend. And I don't know about you, but emotional capital is always needs to be considered when you're when you're up. I personally hate, and I know it doesn't make any sense to judge your trading based on the economic or the P&L outcome, but I hate going into a weekend on a loss. That just cooks in my head. No matter what what I intellectually understand about it, it still pisses me off. So I call that intellectual capital. If I have a drawdown in intellectual or psychological capital, not intellectual. And the other side of the coin is when you're winning, hit the gas. So, like everything in trading, there's two sides to every. You can come up with a saying on both sides of everything. Well, they tagged your one standard deviation there, Anton, and now they get down and get all the way down to the VWAP. That'll be pretty cool. Ooh, now VPOC migration back down. Look at this. That's the full session, of course, not the RTH, which is up here. Is any of this same stuff happening on the ES? No. How no can you go? It is not. I'll tell you, obviously there's a lot of advantage to the hedge strategy, Anton, but one of the more interesting, I shouldn't say more interesting, what I should say is an interesting facet of that is the differences in the two contracts. Things like the levels that we've talked about and the POCs and stuff like that. And I'm still, here's an anomaly that I'm still going to try to figure out what to do about. I think it's the root cause of the problems with IRT. Look at the frickin' volume that's traded so far today on the micro NQs. 1,406,000. You know, 1.46 million contracts. Double both of either of the ESs, and so far ahead of the NQ over here, or the basic one. It's not even funny. 129,000. Good God. That's amazing. And I'm sure that this is where that big volume hole in the lags are coming from, processing that data, I guess. I just been watching that lately thinking, what in the hell? And it's kind of funny because that's way more than the spread, than the value, you know, the tick ratio. I think way more, well, maybe pretty close. Inside bar, or inside thing, nobody at the bar. Or that I can see. And of course, nothing on the original IB. Here we are at the back in the game. Yeah. Yeah, remember, that's why God invented alcohol. Maybe not. Yeah, they're pretty crazy, huh? But they keep, you know, lower lows and lower highs. Remember that. I mean, keep looking at it on that. I'm sure you've got that perspective with your charting. And once they break through that, once they break down around that 02 level and get into those low volume, I think it's going to go zippity bippity bop down past your liquidity at 5 at the 7,500. I would guess. It looks like that's going to happen here pretty quick. Or not. You're short at 12, right? Wasn't that what it was? I can read, but I could read up, but I'm lazy. Yep, 12, that's what I... As I suspected. Well, let's see now. There's not going to be any rate cuts anytime soon, probably until 2007. So I wonder how Trump is going to, how long it's going to take him to start screaming and berating Walsh, whatever his name is. I mean, that was the whole thing before. That's why he was screaming at Powell and calling him ignorant and stupid and wanting him prosecuted for some construction thing, like the chairman of the Fed is looking at the minutia of a construction project which has been ongoing at the Fed because of abatement for like 10 years or some crazy thing. That went away, I guess. But, it'll be interesting to see what happens. My guess is that Walsh is going to be just another one of the suck-ups, but maybe not. Let's hope, Let's hope not. Okay, well, you're getting pretty close there, my brother. If your VWAP's where mine is at 02, basically. Now, barring some ridiculous crap from the news, that's the danger, I guess. Every day, all day is our danger. Or our risk, shall we say. Remember, Trump's going to be talking at 2. Hey, Banna, what? Yeah, what the hell are they doing now? I go pet the cat, and you guys let this thing go the wrong way. What's going on here? Well, yeah, I mean, statistically, I agree with you completely. But it's frustrating. I would have been out long ago because I would have been trailing a stop. So, you know, kudos to you. That's why you're a big shot in Boca. And I'm a dipshit in Houston. Okay. Houston. Never would have thought I'd lived in Texas in my life. So weird. When I say that, it strikes me like, wow, did I just say that? Don't, and you know, no prejudice or any real reason. It's just like, I never imagined I'd live in Ohio either. You know what I mean? It just never was even something I thought about. Correct me if I'm wrong, Anton, but you don't have any choking and all this delay lag crap with ATAS, right? Incorrect? Wait a minute. You're short, right? You don't want to cover. Buy the cover, isn't it? I mean, what are we doing here? Or are you talking about putting the hedge? Or am I having a senior moment again? I bet that's the job for more green key. Okay. That's what I thought. I just keeping track. Well, I'm just standing here like, if it makes you feel any better, like a bump on a log once again. Maybe I'll change my name from Boomer to Bump. That might be kind of cute. Bump. What's your handle? Bump. Where do you live? On a stump. Oh, this must be Friday. Okay. And oh yeah, 5 minutes to 12. Oh boy. Exciting. I think that's one of the few platforms that trades desktop native on Apple. I think. That could be full of crap. Probably. Bookmap has got to work on Apple, and I don't know about IRT, but I wouldn't be surprised. I guess I could check my AI. Have Sam Altman and Elon if it works. Now they're gonna pop. Come on. Get down there and get this guy out of here. What's the deal with you? 4 handles, come on. Is that too much to ask? Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, like I was saying earlier, I saw a real interesting thing. If I could find it I'll try to find it over the weekend and show you guys names. Chad Payne was talking about running. It's called, if you go to Linsoft, it's called run an efficient IRT. And it's the thing Chad did explaining about the data, and he shows a graphic. It's just freaking phenomenal what's happened to the data, specifically futures. And, it goes along flat for like 15 years and then straight up. It's amazing. And he said, you know, you got to realize that the program is doing a lot of computations on that much data. That's why I was talking about the maybe ditching the micro NQs to see if that has a big impact on the basic platform. Or, you know, do like Magic Guy here and trade a fate and make money. I mean, what the hell, you know? That's the point. Oh, excuse me. That's the point, isn't it? Make money. I have to keep telling myself that when I go, like when I, you know, walking along. Ooh, rabbit hole, shiny. Gonna jump in one and see how deep it is. There's nothing wrong with going down rabbit holes if you have some interest in achieving whatever is down there. But what happens to me is I want to vet specific setups. So I have a vetted setup. So I end up down some freaking Python rabbit hole learning how to code that up so that I can, and you know, I stop and look at myself thinking, what the hell are you doing? That's my problem. Here we go. This is not the right way. You guys are not listening to me over here. 12 o'clock, of course. Of course. Watch the liquidity flashing up at 15. Unfortunately. Yeah, you too, Magic. Have a good one. Take care. Have a great weekend. As much as I hate to say it, there probably will take the IB high in this 12-to-1 thing, unless some genius comes out with some sort of tweet or another. For sure, if they say they got some kind of a deal. So yeah, VPOC migration lower and all the stats pointing to the other side of the IB, and of course we're going to go out the top. Or not, or who the hell knows, you know. I really am not a big fan of the 12-to-1 time. Especially for entries. I'm thinking about a rule that I heard one of the Edgeful guys, no entries after 11. But that's wait a minute, I have to think about that because he's Eastern Standard. That might be pretty crazy. It sucks, my Anton. I was going to go long down there at the VPOC, of course, but I didn't want to jinx your trade. I did think about it. I looked at it and thought, watch these mothers at 12 o'clock. They're going to go up there and take the IB high, but I didn't. That wasn't the reason, but but now we have the VPOC migration. Let's see. Let us see what we shall see over here. I have no idea. Oops, wrong flavor. I should go long and target the IBI and think I'm a star. All buy liquidity from here on up. Buy delta from here on up. Doesn't that mean there ought to be selling somewhere? Footprint. Okay. Volume, bars, footprint type, volume. Time, reversal, range, volume. Bar width, pixels 80. That seems kind of wide. I don't know how it does it. I don't know if it does it from the bottom to the top or what goes on. Transparency, footprint type, B times S, bid plus ask, okay. Show text. Oh, now, hold on. Oh, sparkler, look at this thing. Wow. What in the hell do you do with that? There you go. Oh, I see what they've got going on. These little, yeah, that was the problem. Okay. Where did they go? So there's a footprint for you. There's a footprint for you in Bookmap. Is that similar to what you've got happening? Maybe get rid of the prices and see what the thing looks like just like that. It's still calculating something over here, and I suppose that's going to slow this thing down to a freaking crawl. Let's go down. Yeah, where did it say show text? Right there. Let's get rid of the show text part. There you go. It likes that better. So what does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. That's just volume at the histogram. Volume histogram's bid and ask, right? Per bar. Per what? 1 minute bar, I guess. There's 5. There's 10. I don't know what that means. Yeah. I don't know if that'd help. Right now, this would say to me, there's more buying than selling. What else we got going on over here? You can do delta. Diagonal delta is what's really correct. Because that's actually working the so there's the delta diagonally on the footprint. Bar volume 2000. Oh, so it's what it is it's volume per, it's every 2000 contracts it prints another bar. Let's make this 40. Ooh. 40. I would have thought that was less. Oh, wow. That's the footprint. There you go. Footprint diagonal delta. So this says that this 2000 volume here is all buying and it's going down. I think that my answer to the footprint here on Bookmap is that right there. Bid ask. I didn't see your comment there, sorry. Okay, we'll get back to this mess here. Full background, single color, full background, delta. So histogram bid ask. Volume, what'd you say? Range? It's not volume. Footprint bar type. Range, okay. Delta footprint on range bars. Histogram delta. Who cares if it was diagonal or not? Diagonal is the correct thing. And range bars. Range ticks. What size range bars you got going on? What range? Let's say, oh, look, okay, this is 10 range. Okay, so there's delta, range bars, 10 tick range, I guess. Yeah, 10 tick range. Do you have the numbers on or just the histograms? Not that it matters. I couldn't probably keep up with them anyway. Well, there you are. Everything you ever wanted from Bookmap right there. There used to be, I think I've told you this story, but Trevor Milton, maybe? Trevor somebody. No, Trevor Milton's that asshole from Utah. Market Delta was the first footprint chart guy. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Now you're out of it. Aren't you a happy guy now? Congratulations. Worth waiting for right there, huh? Target hit. Well, there you go, man. Congratulations. Yep, nice. Very nice. I have no idea what that was, but obviously somebody said something. Good for you. Good for you. Didn't even show up yet on IRT. It's over a minute, 65-second lag on that delta pop, on that big volume pop. This is horseshit, man. If I were trying to trade with this, I would be tits up months ago. You know? Which is Montana speak for broke. That's ridiculous. Why? That's completely ridiculous. As far as I'm concerned, I couldn't read that and make any sense of it. It would be meaningless to me. The fact that without numbers, all of this delta was negative would be easier for me to interpret, but that's kind of like a candlestick chart, right? Hold on. Let's get rid of the texty poo right over here. There we go. Yeah, there. And now here's what Dinkowitz here is doing about it. There's the volume, there's the delta volume bubble. And here's the stops. And I didn't look over here at the news yet. What do the news have to say? What happened? Who's on third? We don't have a deal. We do. Iran foreign minister. There you go. Exactly. At 12:20. Boy, I tell you, it's amazing, isn't it? We cannot necessarily say that we have reached a point where an agreement is close. So there you go. And that was enough to get our boy Anton his profit target. That's all that counts, isn't it? That's great, man. Congratulations. Good things come to those that wait, right? So there it is. And now are they going to go down and take the IB out or the IB high or the who knows why or what? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go forage for something to eat and rest my eyes for a minute. Congratulations. That's great. My big liquidity down here is at the 75, obviously, which they didn't quite get to. But, yeah, right there. Well, that's really cool. Good for you, man. I guess Magic Guy is probably not having the best of days with his long. I hope he's out of it or something. It doesn't look like the NASDAQ had the same effect. So, and for his NASDAQ trade, I didn't look at this while he was around, but this thing's going higher. No question about it in my mind. Look at the profile. Taper at the bottom and flat as a board on the top. I'd say the NASDAQ's going up. But that's just me. And now right back, look at there. Took you out, got your profit, and right back where you started. Isn't that something? All right, I'm going to step away. The music, ooh, the music's pooped out already? Wow. Really? The hell happened to that? I guess it was only a few songs. Yeah, only a few. Well, I'll show you guys who's boss. I'll put on the heavyweight over here. There we go. There's enough to last until the session. Ooh. Till the damn thing closes. There we go. All right, I'm gonna step away for a minute. Congratulations again, man. That's great. Good for you. And there's the IB high. Son of a gun. And yeah. Well, there's timing, isn't it? I got a bag of pistachios and some tea and walked back in here, and there we are. Son of a bitch. Gun. Son of a... Yeah. Well, there you go. I should have taken that trade, and I will forever regret it. Not doing so. Huh. I think I'm turning the footprint off. Footprint off. I don't think it's helping me much. Well, there's... Jesus, I can't believe how quick that was. There's the dipsy doodle, and I thought to myself, well, I should just go long in case of the hedge. But I'll go get some pistachios in the meantime. Well, there you are. I don't, man. I suppose based on some oh, of course. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm sorry I wasn't on that. I'm glad Anton got his trade, his short TP taken. And now I'm going to very definitely gonna get something to eat and water up and rest my eyes, whatever, and just be thoroughly pissed in general. So there you go. There's about a note. Now, wait, hold it, stop, nobody move. I better get back over here to my strategies, right? So there we have a breakout. We do not have the, why is this doing that? We don't have the signal, which would be the pullback to the 120 or to the 12%. On that one, we have the A, we have a B, and we entered a trigger short over here, so that will be likely, this one didn't work. We will likely have a stop over here because it's short. So yeah, this is why I'm moving away from these fixed ranges. This is exactly correct, but this is why I'm moving away from the fixed range, because it just in this I am liking the percentage probabilities based on this idea where we retrace after the strategy to the inside and then trade out. So in other words, this is always an IBC trade. There's no IBF over here, which is outside and back in. That's probably something that needs to be developed. I need to develop that one. Well, that is pretty damned amazing. But is amazing. You know, you walk away and one news thing hits, whether it's true or not, and there you go. Here it is. There's the news. Here it is. So I give up. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music, and I'll be back in a little bit. What happened now? Who's on third? Yeah, it's always forget to write back over here. Always forget that, sorry. Yeah, this is a pretty goofy deal. We're gonna solve the war. We're not gonna solve it. Oh yeah. Look at this. Doop doop. And then right back. Looks like an EKG or something, you know, or maybe seismic. And this is Friday before Memorial Day. What weird price action. Wow. Huh. And notice this is the open. We're right exactly back at the open. The entire day did nothing. Caution, caution, caution. Yeah, right back at the open. Exactly. And you know, it's kind of funny. I just noticed this. Blue Boy's over here at the open, right? And here's current day. Here's current price. Look at the mid. It's basically within 5 points of itself or less the whole day. Crazy. I didn't ever notice that till right now. And Trump's speaking right now, so be careful. And he will probably close out today on the microphone. if he wasn't talking, I'd I don't know. What I was getting ready to say was I just noticed that something is even further askew with IRT. I was talking earlier about the difference in the volumes between the mini and the micro NQ. Well, I just noticed this, which I never really look at. Look at the date and time. This is 8:30 in the morning. These are accurate. How in the hell can that be? Jesus, so everything is off with this thing. I'm getting kind of over it. And there's no way to refresh these that I know of. Now it's fine. But still, look at the difference in the volume. 2 million, damn near 2 million to 400,000. Under the circumstances, I think I'm going to let well enough be alone. They're flashing at 90, but yeah, probably going to go there. I don't know. I don't know what to do or say, actually. I know I'm practicing. I'm going to trade the living bejesus out of this thing so that I have this, the unwind down pat on this thing, and I'm trading. I don't care what anybody says. I'm trading next week every day, at least 2 trades a day. I got to do something like that. I think I'm frustrated. Definitely. And this is already 2:30 for Christ's sake. Wow. His book, his book map quit. It looks like it's just standing there too. I'm thinking all my crap is upside down or backwards or something. It's too weird. See anything from Eddie about this being the final version either. Oh, look at us go down now. They're going to go down and catch the mid and a bunch of stuff, which, who knows, what did he say now? How could you be in this market with POTUS on the microphone? And 2:30. I'm being paged by the boss. Be right back. Okay, well, yeah, should have shorted him, huh? 10 points. Would have no idea that that was going to be the case. And there's the bottom of the hour. So, what did we do today? Market recap, huh? First, it's Friday. It's the long weekend. Here's today. There's the opening print. There's Blue Boy. There's the open, and here we are. Crazy? Oh boy, no, maybe not. God, and they're gonna, I suppose, go down and look for the IB low. I don't know. Crazy, crazy, crazy. For me, I don't see. I have no structured trade here and no idea what to do about it. This would have, not really. Well, it would have been. This would have signaled along from here. And you see how well that went. Let's look over here, actually. Now that I'm talking about it, yeah. There we are. There's the breakout. There's the trigger. And there's a stop. Miraculous. So, yeah. It's Friday. It is Memorial Day weekend. We gapped up. We were an outside range day. We were gapped up. We have just, have we? No, we've not closed the gap yet. There's the range low, the gap high. We still have the gap below us. There's the gap and settlement. So, yeah, there's that. Can't believe my timing on this thing right here. That's just too amazing for words. This would have been a classic IB failure. Basically mean reversion, but all the way down, you know, from 17 to 87, so 40 handles. Is that right? 87, 97, 07, 17, yeah, 40 handles. Jesus. Wow. And here we are, IRT. I was just bemoaning the fact that this, I'm still kind of surprised at this gross difference in volume here. I question it, actually, that there can only be 431 contracts traded in the MES and on the NQs and almost 2 million on the MNQs. This is much more in line with what I would suspect. This is, you know, 1.8 million and 1.2 million between the ES and the MES. I can't quite believe that that's true. I'm going to have to go look at the CME volumes and see if that's, you know, if this is, oh, wait a minute. I might have something right over here. Hold on. Sorry to. I don't know whether I can add columns to this thing or not. I don't know anything about it. I don't know whether I can add columns over here or not, actually. Add, you know, add volume in there. Never mind. I'll look at that. Oh, okay. So I question that this is right. Not that that matters, but there you go. Bar trade has materialized like that, which is not really at all. This is exactly triggered properly, but stopped out, which is normal, but that's exactly how it's coded to trade. That's the Edgeful IB. This is my old original initial balance trade. One short to 35 ticks. Maybe I need to stick with the old standby. The first one was a scratch, but there was a stop, and the second one was a trade. What are we doing on volume? There we go. So we're trading about 80%, I'm sorry. And we're at 2.5 points per ATR at this moment. So let's look at what we can think about for the markets, eh? Let's get rid. POTUS is on this microphone, so all bets are off as far as I'm concerned. Well, he's supposed to be. Hold on. Yeah, delivers remarks at 1400, which, so he's in the middle of delivering. Let's look at the real news. Next week. Well, here we have for reports, economic calendar next week. Monday, Memorial Day, closed market. Tuesday, we got S&P, HPI Composite. I'll be the first to say I don't know what that is. That's pretty weird. I don't remember that. Tuesday, Wednesday, we've got ADP employment change. Thursday is a pretty busy day from the, what the hell is this now? Oh, not this son of a bitch again. I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what that is. I don't have McAfee. I don't have any kind of thing. I can't do anything about these windows. It keeps doing all of this noise down here. I can't get rid of it. It's an ad as far as I'm concerned. As near as I can tell, it's some adware that's popping up to do with investing.com once in a while. Only on Edge. So let's continue. That's kind of a fitting day, fitting end to the day, isn't it? Anyway, there we are on Thursday. Pretty big day. Lots of U.S. numbers. We've got durable goods, jobless claims, PCE, new home sales, and next Friday, PMI. Let's see about earnings for next week. Monday, bank holiday. Monday. I can't believe earnings are still released on the holiday. That's kind of interesting. Nothing that jumps out at me as Marvel. Salesforce, well, they're going to report on Wednesday. Boy, I worked a lot with that once upon a time. There we go. So it's fairly quiet on the report on the earnings releases. Wednesday's going to be the big day, and of course, the only thing that really matters is what this outfit is up to with the with Iran. And all of the speculation today has been around Iran, up and down and back and forth and spikes and they're swearing in of and they have Thomas swear him in. Oh, of course, that's perfect. And here we go again with the University of Michigan. So basically what you need to focus on is remember that Monday's a trading holiday, and enjoy Memorial Holiday with your family. Get loose, get outside, get some exercise, some health, get hammered, whatever it is you like to do on the holidays. And we'll stand by for the market on closing balance at 1450. I got really nothing to say. I missed out on a couple of trades that really irritate me, but I didn't have any signals all day long until that was the first IB. You saw the signal. This was not part of the originals, and there's nothing since. Now, a couple of members in here done well, and that's great. I need to rethink what I'm doing. And rethink what I'm going to do with charting, whether I'm going to continue with IRT or what. So we'll stand by for the market on close and balance at 1450. Yeah, I don't think I was, but maybe something else is going wrong here, but yeah, have a nice weekend. I've got to figure out what I'm going to do here going forward. Got a long time to think about it. 6 minutes double bottom, whatever that means anymore. See what happens with this market on close and balance, and then take it into the 1500. I'm sure Trump will be still talking. And at any point in time, there could be some, development in this Iran thing. Nothing would surprise me over the weekend. There was actually some conversation that, well, this side is, the U.S. side is keeping quiet, and they're going to go ramp up the war and bomb the hell out of everybody over the Memorial Day weekend, while the market doesn't have as, immediate time to react in the bond market. I can't believe that's true, but nothing would surprise me. Remember, there's a 30% probability we'll take both IBs today. I'm not sure It would be interesting to be able to do the statistics over a specific look-back window and see the difference in this extremely volatile, fairly chaotic period, and how those stats compare,
Hey, Brenda. Hey, how are you? How you doing? Huh? Hey, look. You want the meat?
What cat doesn't eat meat?
Piece of work. You're a piece of work.
I don't get you, Lucky. Okay, there's the market on closing balance. One giant nothing. Pretty much. Let's see what we got here for that. Where's my sunglasses? Ugh. Sell side across the board. The sell side across the board. What the hell is, oh, to get updates from the White House. Oh, look at this. So there's our imbalance, 854 million sell side, 335 million, 501, 186. Poof, kind of a whole big nothing. All the news is strictly in the camp of all eyes are on this crazy Iran thing, so there we go. Now I will be closing her down at 1500 like normal. You make sure that you go have a great weekend. Thanks a lot for coming by. Please like and subscribe. That's a big help. Drop something in the chat. That's always good. And remember that the stream starts every trading day morning at 800 Central Standard Time. Lasts until 1500 for complete transparency and accountability. So there you go. I'm going to just kind of let it sink into the sunset here. If you're still around, Anton, have a great success with your new computer idea. So remember, have a great long weekend. Relax, do something healthy. Get outside, get away from the screens. Get some exercise. Remember, Monday's a holiday, an important one. And get all refreshed and charged up for the trading week. Wow, sneezing there. I am going to sign her off here in about another couple minutes, minute and a half or so. And I'll be back up for sure on Monday morning, or Tuesday morning. I don't know about for sure, but you get the idea. In 15 seconds and the Memorial Weekend starts. I think this is the Memorial Weekend. Isn't that the Indianapolis 500? Used to be, I think. I'm assuming they still do it. I have no idea. There you go. Have a great, great long weekend. There's 7 hours and 3 seconds on the clock. I'll be back Tuesday morning. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Like and subscribe. That's huge. And, drop into the chats. Feedback. I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. This helps. It doesn't help. Whatever. Conversation. It's a collaborative effort here. This is not my way or the highway. This is a collaborative effort. So have a great long weekend. And I am going to thank you very much very sincerely for